It's been a long, long, winding road, but this should be the last part of Peace Origins. How many hours do I have in this game? Too many. Too many to count. I've been playing this game for a month now. But I think we may beat it tonight. Greetings, wanderers. I think this will be the final Peace Origin stream, which I'm excited to see the end. We've gone through Unica's campaign, Hugo Fax campaign, and now we have been not speed running, but blazing through Toal Fax campaign. So, and after that, depending on how much time is left, I may play a little bit of Savior Sapphire Wings, or maybe not. I don't want to stream too late tonight, or for too long. So, without further ado, let's jump right into it. Enough music. Yes. Peace Origins. All right, the 14th floor. Now, 1 second here. Now, I am, just adjusting the audio here. I am approximately halfway up the tower. Let's see how fast I can go. Really, it depends on how much damage I'm doing. This is one of the... Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to level. This is one of the difficulty spikes in this game. Which means it is time to grind. These teleporting wizards are not gonna make this easy. Not this SP. And my claw stab is gonna be very important for this. For grinding nice and quick, because it does a lot of damage. And I'm so embarrassed. The last time I did the co-op stream with the Doom Guide, and I made a critical error. My audio was doubled up. The string together stuff is new, if I remember right. They're a bigger pitch. I have a separate scene set for co-oping with Doom, starting with Doom, and I must have hit something. I must have like an unmute button or something, because my audio was doubled up. Rather, my game audio and his voice audio was doubled up on the side, which is embarrassing, but comes to breaks. It's a good mistake to learn to make now. It will not happen again in the future. I will triple check my audio sources from now on. Miss. We can teleport even while stunned. Interesting. Little more. We're good. Luckily, it seems that Doom's VOD for the Baldur's Gate stream was perfectly fine. So be sure to check his out, and not mine. Awesome. Okay. Level 25. Another one should do it. I can always come back here to find. Oh. But I do want sub-levels so I can safely explore the westward first. Okay, there's level posterity. I'm going to check this guy. Oh, there's no. There we go. And this one. Silly worm. Not really any reason to get any of this. Yeah, nothing to really purchase. What I'm really interested in is in boost, skill, MP usage. Interesting that Toal doesn't get a speed buff, he gets attack range. That might be worth saving up for. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and grind out the SP gain. As the final areas, I mean, well, it will definitely pay off by the final areas. And that attack range may come in very handy, given that it's the capstone upgrade of this character. Slimes are dead. These wizards. I hate these things. I hate how they teleport. I hate them so much. Okay. 2,000 more crystals should do it. 1,000 SP. I'm gonna bother, I'm just gonna reset the room. The slimes are an excellent source of SP. No offense to the slimes, but they're definitely being made to grind on SPN and XP. Okay, 15,000 incentives. One more should do it. This is the boring part, this grinding out, especially right here. This will make it less necessary to grind later. Okay. SP gain up. Okay. And not interested in anything else. Now we explore. At first, there's plenty of items to get here and right. I think there's not much this way. I think it's just the urn. Oh man, I might be dying. actually. That hurt quite a lot. Am I still underleveled? I'm actually about to level. Good to save. Silent Sands, level 24. Oh yeah, I leveled quite a bit in this area. Okay. Let's head over. I should be able to level. Oh. It's like... It's not good. Okay, let's just get out of here. These are nice and simple. And I'm up level. There we go. Nice. There we go. Alright, chest. That does an SP. Right, I don't have a mask. I don't have any way to see invisible hats. So... Marble key. I think, however, it is possible to jump from there, from the middle platform to the left side. We will find out for sure soon. Better. Go ahead and save. Okay. I need to kill worms, and these sand monsters respawn. Because I don't have chimes. I think we get chimes as Toal. Oh, come on. Don't. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, there we go. It was a little scary. I think we killed him? Yeah, I did. Okay. Be a little more careful, try not to fall into the sand. Come on, worm. There we go. Okay, one more to the left, I think. Yeah, one more worm. Worm down. Pathway get. Alright, let's go up. Moment of truth, we'll see the fleas. Or scarabs, whatever they are. Eat my ass or not. These wizards. Okay, he's not doing nearly as much damage as he was before. These spinning dudes. Oh, they're so hurt though. My tiger uppercut should... There we go. Keep me pretty safe from these guys, eh? Alright. Marble key. I believe there's items. Probably should have waited till I got double jump, but whatever. Going to... There's a chest in there somewhere, I remember, right? I'm just an herb. Maybe I should have went the other way instead. There it is. Wait. Okay, that's the road of fruit for the Roo in the east wing. Let's get the fuck out of here. $600,000 SP to get the attack range increase. I wonder if that's significant. It has to be, right? 600k SP? It's gotta be something extreme. Armament. Oh, goodness. No. I managed to kill them. Let me get this chest. I may run back to the safe spot. Gold priest. Okay, this is the double jump. Don't think I need to equip, luckily. Spirit cape. Won't need to run back. I'm just going to heal. Stand here and heal. Stand here and look pretty. Luckily, I have the HP regen. Skill up already. Give it a minute. There we go. Okay, perfect. Gotcha. And the chest. Re increase. Perfect for my Shoryuken. Okay, I may be able to reach that left area if I'm careful with my uppercut. For now, though. Save. Okay. And there's areas here I can access. The Satan Panacea. Nice HP up. Go. That was a strange bug. Okay. I don't need it there. Is there anything this way? I don't think so. We're gonna try and hit that side area. Okay, so... Oh, interesting. There's nothing up here, actually, for Toal. Alright then. Let's get the hell out of here then. Now I can go right, out to the Roo, and get my upgrade. Or whatever he gives. I don't know what he gives for Toal. Dungeon crawl. Here we go. The Roo. Yada yada yada. Heavenly Rhoda fruit. Demon Greaves. Nice. I definitely missed an armor in the last area. Not sure where though. Okay, so these slow the effects of sand. Now I'm second guessing. I'm wondering if I missed something with double jump. If it's not in this chamber to the left, then I'm fine. In addition, I can go and upgrade these boots. Bear with me. You get dragon wings when you're in limit form. Or break form, whatever it's called. I always forget what it's called. It's called a limit break. Upgrade my boots. Oh, that's for armor. Leggings. Here we are. Nothing really else to get. So save. And we continue. Cutscene. Normally this is where you meet Tina, right? Or is it Rhea? I can never know which of the two. I'm not alone. An ambush, is it? Your power will only feed me. I lack chimes, so... What the hell are these things? No matter how many I defeat, I can't absorb their power. What? Nutty. Damn. James Dallas has been tinkering with the undead. Chime. What? Well, that seems to have done the trick. It's been a long time, Toal. I haven't seen you since that fateful night. It has been a while. But here you are, Rhea. You saved me a great deal of time by coming. Yes, I'm glad I have it upon you as well. There's something we need to discuss, a grievance I wish to air with you, as it were. Oh? What might that be? Related to my capture of Fina, no doubt. No. It's about that day, that night, when you stayed behind on the surface without saying a word to either of us. Well, it was only after the ritual had been completed and the shrine raised into the heavens that I heard what had become of you and Saul. You can't even begin to imagine how much Fina and I grieved for you. Our closest friend had disappeared into the night, purposely getting himself lost in a damned land without so much as a goodbye. We began to think that our friendship, everything we've been through together, may have all been a lie. No, that's not true. I did it because I care about you. You actually bought all that. Well, I'm certainly no actress, so I suspect my audience may simply be a bit naive, or gullible perhaps. Kitty, I was beginning to reconsider my stance on the matter. Perhaps it has all been a lie. I am, after all, a traitor to East now. Accepted demonic power and even kidnapped your sister. And that won't be the last of my misdeeds. Now that I have you and the Black Pearl in my sights, I can't simply allow you to escape. But I will afford you a chance to come quietly. Will you accompany me without resistance? No, I won't. I can't. I can't let you die like this. So, I was right. Your face has always been extraordinarily easy to read, my dear Toal. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I ever let myself get killed? Destroy the demonic essence, I would presume. But it won't work. The essence originates from the Black Pearl. Unless the object itself is destroyed, the essence will remain. And the Black Pearl is a treasure crafted long, long ago in the Age of the Gods. No man, nor indeed divine entity, and destroy it so easily. Which isn't to say it's impossible, of course. Your method simply won't be enough to accomplish it. Only by absorbing so much power has become one with the demonic essence, essentially merging into it. But only man, woman, or god possess the ability to destroy the Black Pearl. But that would be nothing short of suicide. After all, if you and the Black Pearl are one and the same, then your existence depends on its existence. And if you annihilate your source of life, you too will be annihilated, no less surely or completely. Listen to you, Randall. You think this is all an act? Look well upon me. Look at what I've become. The Toal fact you knew died that day. The man, nay, the demon I am now is driven only by a lust or power, with intent to rule over all of East. The demonic essence has given me what I need to achieve this goal. Why would I ever wish? Please, Toal, don't do this. I know how difficult it must be to retain any semblance of reason while taking that form. Do you remember what you said to me before? You told me I was halfway perfect, and that pushing myself to go all the way was utterly pointless. Sometimes you have to be able to admit your faults and accept help from those who care about you. That's not to say you're halfway perfect, of course. Really, you do nothing halfway at all, it seems. But you should follow your own advice nonetheless. I don't see you accepting any help. I only see you pushing your limits. Well, then why don't you tell me? Tell me how you plan on keeping the demonic essence locked up inside the Black Pearl. When I accepted these powers, I was given insight into the true nature of the essence. You might say I felt it. It was like a chaotic, flickering flame, both beautiful and revolting in equal measure, generating demons and darkness unending. If controlling it were such a simple task, no doubt you two would have done it long ago. This whole mess over as soon as the first demons reared their ugly heads. You obviously have some sort of plan in mind, or you wouldn't be here, so what is it? What scheme have you devised that's so drastic it drove you and your sister to sneak away into this hellish abyss? I know there's something you're not telling me, something you're hiding. I'm sorry. I can't say. I won't. Not to you. Silver chimes. Consider them a belated thank you for that lovely harmonica you once gave me. Keep them close. You'll be glad you did. Rhea. If we can seal away the demonic essence, we'll have averted the worst of the crisis, and you'll be free of this curse you've taken upon yourself. So I beg of you, please, stay your hand and leave everything to us. Can't let me die like this, huh? She's one to talk. The look in her eyes was that of a woman willing to accept whatever fate may befall her. And this accursed tower, death is the most likely end to any story, especially if... Wait, of course, that has to be it. How daft am I that the thought never even crossed my mind until this very moment. I need to talk to Fina. Maybe I can get her to confirm how they plan to seal away the demonic essence, and explain why they sneaked down to the surface to do it. Rado's annex isn't very far from here. I just hope I can speak with her alone. How dramatic. Toal's story is a lot better than the other two. It's not that there's anything wrong with them. Yurika's was really solid. Especially given her comment of her ghostly father. Hugo's was good too. I think maybe his edginess could get a little silly at times. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to equip these chunks. His edginess can get a little silly at times, but his backstory and his relationship with Toal himself is actually really well written. Spirit Cave. Toal. I think Toal, knowing more than the other than Utica and Hugo, the nature of this tower, the nature of the dark things and all, and the very obvious fact that he's not entirely evil, despite his demonic nature, I think makes him the most compelling character in this game. These little bugs. Okay, the level up should help significantly. Button. It is unlocked. But I had this ability. Oh boy. Okay. Gather the bugs. I'm gonna try and destroy them all with the stab. Let's see, Ignacia. Nice, nice. That's max HP up. Let's go right first. I think there's a button. Yeah. This triggers the elevator. One bug is gonna kill me. Okay. I think I go left here first. I think. Left and then right. Or I can just screw it up immediately. I'm gonna kill this guy on the right first. Because I am about to die. There we go. Do those explode? Alright. There we go. Elevator set. Elevator get. And right next. There we go. No, I don't remember what's in here. SP. Not bad. The best treasure, considering how low 5,000 is in the grand scheme, but better than nothing. This elevator. There we go. Nice. I hope I'm not about to die. I'm so close. Oh boy, okay. That's a little hairy. Okay, let's take a second. I'm gonna stand right here because I'm pretty sure there's a Bomberman right at the bottom of these stairs. I really do not want to pull him. Wait right here, nice and calm. Heal up. Re-equip my chimes. Oh god, okay. Maybe not heal the full, but close stuff. Wouldn't be so bad, but they like shit out a bunch of bombs when they die. Okay, so This is a chime room. Nguru? I swore I got a key. Oh, that's what the other one. Right. A little bit of XP. Up here is Radozenix. Definitely heal up. $500,000. If I saved every single SP from now until the end, I might be able to get it. Give me 1 minute here. I'll be right back. Alrighty then. Here's some water. It's her. Epida. Oh, hey, Clawman. Epida. Shouldn't be about searching for the goddess? You'd think, but Sava wanted me to stick around and stand guard. Seems those folks from East have made their way to the upper half of the tower, but they're not too far off from here. How about you? Still no sign of Rhea, was it? Yeah, still no sign. There's something I need to discuss with their counterpart, however. Would you mind giving us some privacy? Sounds scandalous. Well, no one here but me, and I'm not moving from the spot till Zava tells me, so feel free to talk that what's-her-name all you know. Excellent, thank you. If you'll excuse me then. A boss fight, huh? Usually this is where you fight Janakris. I should have a game plan to fight Janakris though. His bullet hell is a little annoying with his statues. And I shouldn't need anything to get in here because it's full. What is this door? Oh, I guess Alice and Zava must have sealed it after I left, and the atmosphere here is not pleasant. Somehow I doubt they used a mere key. Getting in to see with Lady Fino not be an easy task. Oh. Well, I get this. I'm gonna try. Okay, good. Well enough. We'll need the ring, the cursed ring. 'Cause I am a demon. Alright, that seems to work nicely. Pardon me. Cool. Something happened? You look unusually solemn. I found Rhea. What? But I don't sense that she's been captured. So it's true then. You two do have some ability to intuit one another's safety. Well, you sense correctly. I let her go. Is that so? Well, my conversation with her was quite illuminating and left me several burning questions. Chief among them, I want to know exactly how you intend to seal away the demonic essence within the Black Pearl. Your face tells me I'm touched upon a tender subject, just as I suspected. The other question I feel compelled to ask is why you two came down to the surface alone, particularly without consulting the 6 priests. You came here behind the backs of your trusted advisors, and I want to know why. Alright then, let's start with your second query. You deserve to know the truth. Oh? Demonic essence distorts the earth, and that distortion gives rise to demons. The clear ore then serves to amplify that effect. But I assume you knew that much already, no? You did. Valley's filled me in. And he also mentioned that the Darklings were uninvolved in that whole process. Indeed, they came to East only after the demons had already invaded. Yet almost immediately, they learned to harness the demonic essence and built this enormous tower. Does that not strike you as a bit suspicious? Now that you mention it, it is rather convenient that they arrived when they did and made all the right moves with virtually no missteps. And ever since then, the demons have been able to counter every one of our tactics, eventually overrunning the land. Almost as if they were one step ahead of us. Wait, are you implying... I am. The Darkling's arrival here was no accident. They were invited to East and taught about the demonic essence by one of our own. A traitor. Ultimately, Ray and I had no choice but to act alone to ensure that the traitor in our ranks was left unaware of our actions. Now it's starting to make sense. Say that's not the answer I was expecting. Who is this traitor? And why would he do this? Unfortunately, the culprit's identity is still a mystery to us, but we suspect he seeks our wings. They enable our control of the Black Pearl and are perhaps the only things in the world that can seal away the demonic essence. Wait, your wings can seal away the essence? Yes. That dark force can only be controlled by the power of our white wings. But a cage and energy so strong, we would need to drain away every last bit of that power. What would happen to you then? Your wings are the source of your divinity, are they not? If you use up all their power, wouldn't you... No, we would not die, but I suspect we'd be asleep. We would sleep for a very, very long time. Most likely until the day when the essence reawakens. There's no other way to seal the essence, I'm afraid. So please, try to understand why Rhea never discussed this with you. I'm sure it would have been particularly painful for her, more so than if you were anyone else. Look at his face. Look on. Little laughing face. Toal. Is that all? I had imagined so much worse. Vida, I am in your debt. Thanks to you, I think I finally figured out what I have to do. Your eyes? You are no longer lost, are you? I've shamed myself so much since this whole ordeal began. I'm through trying to carve out a half-assed niche for myself in this cursed land. I guess you could say I found my motivation. It may not be pretty, but I know what has to be done. Toal. Whatever you may be planning, please be gentle with Rhea. She's focused on her mission and maintains a strong front despite all that's occurred. But inside, she's still the same Rhea you've always known. This is anything but easy for her. Don't worry, I understand. Now let me in this chest. Amber key. Nice. The Toal's eyes are blue again. Oh boy. So, all done with your little talk? I am. and I got the information I needed. I intend to resume my search for Lady Rhea immediately. Well, thanks for dropping by, I guess. But before you go, that stuck-up sorcerer kid really is your little brother, isn't he? Did he tell you? Yeah, I ran into him a few times while I was searching. Why'd you lie to me earlier? I severed all ties with East and its people when I joined forces with you Darklings. And as I recall, that's all I said on the matter. I told you I had no ties to the man, and I meant it. No need to go on the defensive, I believe you. Still, isn't your brother in a lot of danger here? No more than anyone else, I think. Not so sure about that. He seems like he's got a lot of confidence, but I think it's just a mask. If you ask me, he's fragile as a twig. Every time I see him, I feel like it might be the last, like he's about to get snapped in two or something. Well, well. You certainly seem to be devoting a lot of thought to him. What? What's that supposed to mean? I was just trying to learn more about him, that's all. I mean, he's kind of mysterious, you know? Fair enough. And when he was younger, he was very mature for his age. Always had his book buried in books. And he idolized his big brother. Anywhere I went, he was sure to be only a few steps behind. Then I left home, and I think Hugo hated me for having abandoned him. Can you imagine him as a little brat chasing after his big brother? That's not the sort of intel I was looking for. I mean, he's the enemy, right? I just want to know what I'm up against. That's all, I swear. What a terrible liar. I'm not interested in your little brother, Clawman. Make sure you understand that. Don't you have a goddess to find, so get going over it. There's no time to kick back and relax. I'll see you, Ebona. I know what you're up to. Definitely safe here. Okay, so... normally, I would have to come back here and start killing the sand monsters to get their essence for the door, but not necessary. These dragons. Okay, so... another level, always good. We go left first. It's not fighting next to these traps. I might be about to dead. Let's seal up here. Jeez. It could be. It could be. About to dead. Okay. 16,000. At least I'm not getting one shot. My leveling is scaling. I'm keeping up in levels. A safe amount of levels. I'll likely need to grind before that boss though. Okay, left here is the Clearia ore. Excellence. Now, these boots. Oh, up against quicksand. I believe they're also... oh, armor. Yes. Excellent. Or boost to help with the slides as well. Oh yeah. I'm not fighting it. All that crap. Oh. Seriously. I hate these things. I hate these things so much. It doesn't help that only wind spells knock them off. Everything else does nothing to them. Sucks. There we go. I'm stuck in that crap. I always get fucked up by that specific trap. That's sealed. Healing, healing, healing. Oh, hydrate it. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Chimes, just in case. Now, I believe I go right here first. Emeralds. Another buff for my Godspeed. Now we go down. Let's curse to the right. So there we go. Nice. Oh goodness. Make short work of those. Oh, I think I'm supposed to go through there first. That chest. Dragon claws. Okay, good. This helps against the slip and slide sound. It's always weird to me that the slippery area of the game is in the sand area. I guess this is supposed to be glass I'm walking on. That's back the way I came, but I'm gonna go up here. Oh, is this the way forward? It definitely is the way forward. Okay. I can go the other way now. I think I made this mistake in the hero run as well. Oh, right. Ha. Chimes. Need the chimes. I made that mistake too, I remember. Okay. I'm gonna get back up. I should experience the true depth. There we go. And spell. And down. And chest. River medallion. Right, that's for the boss door. Okay. Now I believe that's it for this area. All that's left is the boss. Oh, I am going to clear that room a few times, just to make sure my levels are nice and... give me some nice defensive attack. Because this next boss is a damage check, basically. I need to be able to outdamage his tentacles that heal him. Or rather, kill his tentacles in a short amount of time so that they can't heal him. That's it. Nice. See? Easy. Okay. Let's go side. Careful, careful, careful. And down. And up. You know, these boots are supposed to... There we go. Oh, goodness. Hey, hey, there we go. This is a farm room. Slimes. Farming the slime. Oh, come on. There we go. Jeez. I'm sure the best speedrunners at this game make excellent use of the dash. Expedite the amount of time shaved on per toll. Inventory get. Now I definitely want to save. I'm gonna check my level as well. I'm gonna open the store first. I'm gonna save again. Just in case I need to come back and farm. I have to watch this animation over and over again. Check my armor. Yes, yes, of course. 18,000. Boosts level 2 is 60k. And what level was I on the other characters here? This is Creeper Chamber. I'm at 32. 33 it looks like, roughly. For Unica anyway. 32 seems roughly where it should be. I'm at 30 now. It's time to farm. Nice. Okay, so that's 31. But yeah, we are obliterating all these guys. Nice, nice. Pull these mosquitoes in. And sure to grab this SP as well. Okay, so it should be 2 or 3 more clues. Always forget to use boost. Another level. Push it to 1 more. Not sure it's necessary. 12 is a shit ton of damage, so. And I do have the damage ring as well. Makes me squishier, but might be worth me using. Maybe, just to be safe, I will take the action of it. We are. Interesting, I didn't realize the mosquitoes can actually grab onto the big guys. Very interesting. With the slime. With quite a bit of XP. Getting sniped upon by the mosquito. Okay. A little more. Really excited to start Nexies. Something wrong with this one. Dang. I'm having trouble hitting him. Oh yeah, 2 more should do it. But this time I have boost. Those big gorilla things. Alright, 1 more. Last one. Almost. 1 more pull should do it. Nice. Alright, let's get up here. I don't think I need any of this. So at 37k, not too worried about these two really. The boost I think is going to be my most effective thing to go after. And the attack range. Non-crates fight, I just realized. Interesting. Yeah, I was curious if I could parry that wall, but I guess not. It's a little awkward on Toal. I remember Utica's run on this being pretty difficult too. Man, this sucks. Okay, I might be dead here. Man, I'm probably dead. I'd have to survive one more and kill all these fucking eyeballs. Would heal on that side. Yeah, okay. But yeah, limit break is good. Toal. This shit here is a little awkward. Really? Look at this. It's already going bad. Okay. Missed his eye, I guess. That shit right there is also very dangerous. Definitely get to kill the stuff closest to him first, so then he doesn't do his slam. And he would do that first. Okay. I'm not entirely sure how I'm messing up my charge spells. I feel like I have it charged and cast enormous spell instead. Yeah. I'm gonna try the spin after the stab. Once they start getting numerous, I am going to switch to the spin. I can switch to it now. Oh, you can work now. Interesting. I must have taken damage as a listen. Need another level. I'm actually surprised. Typically, low man now is slower than enough, but it's a little. His punch feels awkward to you, and I'm not doing any damage on this. You know what it is? I have the wrong item equipped, and I just remembered. So let's reload. Yeah, I've got... Maybe not. Maybe I am just underleveled. I suppose I'll go for one more. Either that or I just suck at this game. I just suck. I hate these mosquitoes. It could be I also need a upgrade to some of my stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull that corner over and over again. Maybe I can actually go a little bit faster. Get the slimes. Okay. I don't know if this is faster, but it feels faster. Not gonna be so fast if there's mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are as annoying as they can. Oh, I see. They feel really monstrous. The mechanic doesn't amount to much though. Right in the face. In fact, let me equip my damage ring. Very nice. The dash actually helps a lot with hitting those mosquitoes. The slippery floor, those still fucking annoying. But this just makes it kill faster. Oh, I think he jumped up and just fucking died. It almost looked like he jumped up and just didn't come back down. Go up and there he goes. Okay, we're getting close to level, so. Let's just go ahead and reset this one. 51k. I could actually get the I could get the limit break boost. Go. 53. Nice. And I'm about to level. This should give me that little boost of power I need for the boss. One more should do it, maybe? One more. There we go. Nice. Okay, that's probably the upper half of getting any kind of decent XP. Now I just want SP. 1,000 more. That should give me the last limit break boost. Is that limit break? Toal's limit break is a lot stronger than Unicorn or Hugo's. Are you serious? I'm 4 off? Okay. Forward. 609. Finally. Holy. Okay. 60k. Boost level 2. There is a boost level 3, I'm not too worried about that. And I'm level 34. Let's do this. Now, I thought this would be the finale, but it may not be. I may have to do this again tomorrow. Well, I am chunking him now. I guess the extra levels is all I needed. And there's gonna be one on left. No heals. Okay, one more should do it. This is wave shit. That's really annoying. Should be it. He doesn't have the damage to kill me. I have the damage to kill him. There we go. Right. And that's another boss dead. A little sloppy, but at least he's dead. I think Toal's kid is a little awkward to dodge waves like that. You can parry the waves. But I also have no buffs to his charge times, so it might also be throwing me off a bit. Hold it right there. Resident Edgelord. You. Somehow, I don't think you're here to challenge me. Figured that out by yourself, did you? I've actually just come here to ask you a question. Nothing more. Is that right? Well then, by all means, ask away. How did you become so powerful? What? I mean, I know you have demonic powers, of course. But I don't think that's the only source of your strength. I have to know what's so different about us. So that's it, is it? Father's training was even more grueling than I remember. Let me tell you something. Tell you something, Rig. Father is who he is. We are who we are. And by the same token, our individual strengths are quite different. Our individual strengths? Well, you're far more skilled with magic than I could ever hope to be, for one. Which is why I chose to give up my right of succession to you. What? Obviously, there's more to the story than just that, and it certainly wasn't an easy decision for me to make. And suffice it to say, just as you once looked up to me, I haven't felt overshadowed by your accomplishments. You did. I would never admit it at the time, but yes, I saw myself as the inferior choice to succeed the Fact legacy. But that was then. Once I became a Holy Knight, everything changed. I found my raison d'etre. I had a path to follow, a road to glory. And by walking that road, my inferiority complex simply vanished into thin air. If that's true though, then why did you throw it all away? Good question. I never intended to betray my oath on my people. Somehow it just happened. As a matter of course. And I've been paying the price for it ever since. So that's your individual strength, is it? I guess I can't compete with that after all. Not now. Not yet. You go. I just need a little time to think. We can settle things next time, alright? As you wish. I won't run and I won't hide. Whenever you're ready, just come and find me. I'll hold you to that. He was a lot less edgy in other characters' campaigns. My individual strengths, separate from his or father's. It makes it sound so easy. Indeed, he does. But it is not easy at all. He is deceiving you. What? You are Hugo, successor to House Fact, are you not? If we could have but a moment of your time, we would be most appreciative. And then he tempts Hugo with the deep. Interesting, he's doing it now and not later. In front of the Mantis boss. What? Okay. Curious. What happens if you go to their base? Interesting. I guess they're just not here. Alright. That's all I wanted to see. Zoom. I think I was slightly overloaded for that boss to make up for my lack of skill. I realize the gate still hurt. Never get this right. It's like you run, stop, and attack. Okay. I guess I just stopped because I'm fucking dead. Let's try this again. And not fuck this up. I'm gonna have to look at the fucking manual. Manual. It's a way to dash. Slide attack. Double click left mouse button and attack. If only I knew how. There we go. Secret area? What is this? Ooh. 1000 SP. Interesting. This is the second time I've seen an area like that. I don't recall there being... The other one's in the fire area, if I remember right. Fuck. Barrel? Okay. Here we go. Nice. Okay. I was just shaking up there. I just want to see. Do I go right here? Let's over to the gnomes. Alright. No, there's a chest here, isn't there? Oh, it's a door. Let's go right first. Ah, okay, I see. No reason to come here yet. It's just a roundabout to come back here later. Put that down. That's what leads to that east wing. And there's a chest here. I remember right. Guarded by these gnomes. Oh, there they are. I think they're mantids. Mantids? Mantids? Mantises? Mantids. They're so small, they remind me of gnomes. Okay. I got the rotor fruits. Excellent, excellent. These guys expanding close to a level. And the SP doesn't hurt either. Go left. There we are. Oh shit. Okay, I think this is where the room splits into three. No. I'll be first. And the brew. Let us feed him. And what does he give? Phantom mail. Oh, he gives armor. Excellent. Armor made from a demon carcass. Naturally defends against the nice. Once again, I am neglecting my limit break. Let me do this shit, man. Slashed. These guys SP and XP. There we go. Okay, so I'm supposed to go this way first, I think. There's a Clearia ore. This way? I run so fast, this would be very annoying. There we go. Let's go that. Boom. Chest. Topaz. Okay, I think that's the final. Yeah, that's the final upgrade. That. Now I can leave this area. See how strong this became. Oh yeah. Boop. He's next. Oh. Got a little jitter there. Let me heal up because I remember these guys could be pretty annoying. Hydrates. Double trigger. There we go. Hidden chest. I don't remember what's in this. The key. Okay. Need that to unlock the second half. Just jumped off of the abyss. Okay. Gotta go up here. There is one more Clearia ore in this area. Can I? Yeah, there's two more Clearia ores in the whole game. Next one's in the... Next one is ahead. I think where the room splits into 3 paths. Oops. Launch button. Steam limitations, man. There we go. Another level. So it's over here. I'll be up first. But they gotta fight these things, and they're protecting their jump pad. I forgot that some of these things need to die from a chunk. These guys are really tanky. What the fuck? Hopefully the Curio ore should take care of that, but damn. Okay, here we are. I might actually die with this. Oh goodness. That got really hairy. I was not expecting them to be so. Thank you. Damaging. Jeez. There's a Clario ore. Let's take a minute. Take a minute and heal up. Man. And I thought I was over leveled for this area, but I guess not. There's the Heelys. Heelys for the Feelies. Okay, chimes. I'm missing boots. And I know there's a save area over here. The save statue. Scorpions are really tanky. Grind over here. Or not grind. I think there's probably gonna be a boss fight? No. This is where the knights get turned into stone. I don't know what that means for Toal. Dahlia's turns him into stone, but Toal is the one that gives the black pearl to, Hugo. I don't have black pearl though, so. Back up. I'm actually about to bubble here. Completely with that. That's good. There we go. That looks like a boss fight. I am really close to leveling, so let's back up a second. So close to me, so close. Come on. Oh. One more of those, that trio of mages to do it. Come on. Nice, nice. Nice, come on, get a level, get a level. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Save. Hold my SP, and we're gonna see what's happening over here with knights. Okay, I guess there's no cutscene here. Interesting. Has this path always been here? Oh. Dragonbone Key. Interesting. Not even a cutscene. Perhaps I'll have to come back. This area does have a little bit of backtracking here. Normally, in the other two campaigns, the knights get frozen, they return to stone, and you have to return to Rattle's Annex. Get everything explained to you, and then run back here. I suppose it's not the case with Toal. Taking the key. Cool. Another lovely here with Hugo. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make that. Oh goodness. Okay. Here we go. Phantom boots. Nice. I need those. I just realized I've not been upgrading my armor. But that's fine. Actually, max out claw is shitting damage. Oh, it's an SP. Is that the way forward? That looks like the way forward. Ooh, or is this the way forward? No, this is the way forward. Okay. I was so mistaken. This is the dead end where you meet Hugo and give him the orb. Oh. Hey, Clawman. Epida. Guessing you still haven't found the other goddess if you want her around here, huh? Well, no skin off my back. That just means I still have a chance to find her myself. Oh. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the annex? Yeah, I was, till Zava showed up and told me to get the hell out of there. Then I was in the way or something, I don't know. I figured I'd go search for the goddess and that black pearl thing some more. I see. So what's happening in Rado's Annex now? Those twerps and beasts have taken it, I guess. No biggie though. The Devil's Gaze is still locked up tight, so they won't be seeing Lady What's-Her-Name anytime soon. Oh, and before I left, some of the sorcerers from East showed up. Your little brother wasn't with them. I wonder where he's gotten himself off to. Come on, don't look at me like that. He's a pretty tough adversary, you know? It's only natural I'd want to keep tabs on him. I didn't say anything. But since you brought it up, I feel inclined to express my appreciation that you're looking out for him. Alright, enough. I'm out of here. Almost forgot. I got something for you, Clawman. Manted Medallion. What's this? It's a medallion that'll let you get farther up in the tower. I think I should give you a sporting chance, you know? But keep wasting time and I'll find that goddess before you, so don't slack off. Fight the good fight and all that. What an honorable gesture. She and Hugo are more familiar than I'm sure I've been with care to admit. They make an excellent couple. Once this whole mess is over anyway. And the worst is yet to come. Wonder how it'll all play out from here. Perhaps it's best not to think about it. I should focus my efforts on finding Rhea before it's too late. Interesting. Okay. So in Utica and Hugo's campaigns, at balconies where they meet Toal, Toal gives Hugo a fake black pearl. We can unpetrify his friends. But here, this isn't the case any longer. Oh, and the water mages. You almost got it. Almost. Now I'm curious if I travel to Rattlesnake so I get to see anything. I'll check when I get to the statue though. It sounds like they just killed Janakas. There's something over here. Just, isn't it? Okay, so that's the final upgrade to the Shoryuken. Is good. Okay. Zap. In the door, I think this is the save statue, no? Once again, neglecting my uniform, my DT. There it is. Okay, they've taken Rattlesnake. So let me save. 1,200, 120,000. And the final boosts upgrade. Let's go back to Rattlesnake. I wonder if there's a secret cutscene. Because it says they've taken it. Ah. Seems a search party is gathered in Rattlesnake. I have no business with them right now. Be best not to interfere. There's no way back in there. Okay. I'm just curious. I am a step ahead of them. I'm assuming that's why they're not in the zone yet. What level am I? 39. For the Mantis Chamber, they were also roughly 39. I went to 40 with Unica. And 40 with... Hugo. I need to upgrade my my armor. I've been neglecting to do that. Oh, 6,000 each. Okay. Let's give it a try. I may need to hit 40 as well here. Enchanted medallion. Open the door. Here it is. That's yeah, doing a whole lot of damage to him. I may do that extra little. Hopefully I have the buffs to my station. You'll catch me. Simple enough. I might have this. Oh. Fight. Okay. Not too soon. Jeez. That hit me? Okay. Okay. There's a lot going on and I don't know which stat it is. Having some trouble killing him. It's not that I don't do damage, it's that he keeps spawning his minions. Now, if RNG is there. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Keep on open with the minion spawn. Or rather might fight with him as Hugo. No second fight. Hugo got a second fight, but that was to demonstrate the demon power. I guess not. Cool. And this is the demon core, right? Or demons? Yeah, demon core. The uppermost floor of the tower lie just beyond. Alice and Zav are likely finalizing preparations for the ritual. To find Rhea before those fiends get their hands on her. You don't give up easily, do you? Rhea. I spoke with Fina by Lila Shell. It seems you know the whole story now. I do. Then you should understand why we, as goddesses, must do this. Please, give me the harmonica that Fina entrusted to you. What an interesting request. So it has more than just sentimental value to you, does it? Some magical properties as well, perhaps? The ancients claim the tonal quality of a clarion instrument could be used to release the full power of our wings. And its echo could temporarily weaken the demonic essence. So that's it. Alright, I understand your situation then. But I gave this harmonica to you as a token of my feelings. I never intended for it to be used like that. Oh. Sure, you two may be goddesses. What does that really mean? How are you any different from the rest of us where it counts? I'll never forget how you smiled when I gave this to you. I wanted to freeze that moment and see that smile on your face forever. If this harmonica is nothing more than a tool to you now, I prefer to keep it for myself, thank you. It's a bit hypocritical of you to lecture me about my decision, Toal. After all, haven't you been planning to sacrifice yourself this whole time? Have you even given the slightest thought about how I feel? Do you have any idea what you've been putting me through all this time? I have an inkling. And I know I'm running a fool's errand. I know this is pointless and that my methods are unseemly. But that's why I'm here right now. I've exposed myself for the small-minded, weak-willed coward that I am. And it's time to make amends. It's time to set things right. I don't intend to let any sacrifices be made in the name of bringing order to this chaos. Not a one. Not even myself. But I can't do this alone. I need your strength. I want the two of us and everyone else to be able to live in peace and tranquility once more. I want the old East back. I know this is a selfish attitude to have. It's probably unrealistic at this point. But if you and I and all the other knights and sorcerers, if every one of us pools every last bit of our power together, I'm certain we can achieve the impossible. So please, just humor me here. Lend me your strength. I must admit, I seem to have misjudged your intentions completely. You never cease to amaze me. Well, you always did say I was careless. I figure why break the mold now? It's been working pretty well for me all these years. Or maybe I've just finally accepted the fact that you're a goddess and decided I'd try my hand at praying for a miracle. Either way, there's one absolute certainty in my mind. I want my future to be with you. Toal. You truly are one of a kind. What a magnificent farce. What? Oh, Hugo is a demon now? That's a fact. Clock laser. Jumping. It's useless. Toal. We can't have you interrupting the fun, now can we? I like how he's teleported 5 feet. Bastards. What's happened to Hugo? What have you done to him? Isn't it obvious? He's accepted a demonic element of his very own. As compensation for your betrayal. To be frank, I never truly believed you were on our side. You claimed you were, but you followed orders quite nicely. But when push came to shove, you hesitated. It was a dead giveaway. Oh. Double trigger. Yes, that's very good. Come, Hugo. You have a playmate now. Oh, it's demon on demon. One laser. Oh, that's a lot of lasers. Oh, Hugo beat him. Oh well. He's all bark and no bite. No, I don't think it's fair to say that Toal is weak. Rather, Hugo is simply that strong. Stronger than I could have possibly hoped, in fact. It seems the poor boy must have been quite the magic prodigy. Certainly a stroke of luck that we were able to turn him so easily. You goddamn bastards. The white and the black are now ours. At long last, the final ceremony can begin. My dear goddess, for your sake, I hope you lend us your power willingly. Stop. Oh well, please don't do anything rash. It's alright, you don't need to worry about me. Yeah. Oh, how touching. Almost brings a tear to my eye. Let's simply finish you off here, but I enjoyed your little farce so much that I can't bear to cut it short without seeing how it ends. So please, continue crawling up the tower like the insect you are. It should make for some first-rate entertainment. No. Can't let it end here. Yeah. Move. God damn it. Aye, how the mighty have fallen. Dion. The heal spell. Feeling a bit more mobile now? Yes. I'm sorry, Shion. I wish I had time to thank you, but... Don't worry, I know. You go on ahead. Lady Rhea needs you. I heard the short version of what happened from Lady Fina. She told me of your true intentions, and of your newfound determination. Here, take this with you. You might need it. Lila Shell. There's only one catch. If you have a Lila Shell, it means you're one of us. Knowing that, will you still accept it? Yes. Yes, with pleasure. I was hoping you'd say that. We'll catch up with you as soon as we free Lady Fina. Please, take care of yourself. Will. Naruto runs away. Such recklessness. But then he is quite strongly motivated. I certainly want to read of one standing in his way. Alright, back to Radozenix. But Rico can dissolve the spell in time. So no petrification. Very interesting. Who answers the Lila Shell? Shion. Is that you, Toal? Sounds like you're still on the move. Yes, I'm working my way back to Radozenix right now. There's no need to concern yourself with me. You just focus on finding Lady Rhea. Don't worry, I'm on it. Excellent. Okay, so my SP gain should be boosted significantly here. And in the mirror realm. Let's see. Okay. may need to make use of my uppercut here. Just to stay mobile. Okay, alright, let's take a second. These are very strong here. The feeling was slightly under level, but I'm here at like 42. 40 for... Oh, I guess I'm exactly where I should be. I just suck. Okay. Now these chimes. That shit right there is gonna be the killer. If I can drag these mages down to the sides. There we go. Now I have free reign to kill these all I want. It's gonna kill me. Oh, slimes, yes. Slimes, slimes, I love slimes. Slimes with a lot of XP. Oh hell yeah. There's a farming spot right here. Oh yeah. That level. And SP. Oh hell yeah. These slimes right here are worth a lot of XP. Okay. Definitely have fun spot. Get a lot of SP too. Get another level. Oh, that's right. They also have to confuse. I forgot about that. That's fine. That is fine. Oh, come on. I confused, what the hell? There. You more should do it. Look at this. Okay. Wow, he got destroyed. Very good. That actual roll was very nice. To wake the fire. Yeah, I'm doing so much damage with fire though. Okay. Just like 6. The great thing is that slimes multiply. Which means they give a lot of XP. want to kill what's down here. Oh. The views is annoying. That side. Up, up, up. Okay. Hey. That's the way forward, so yeah. We will cross the other side, right here. I think there's a chest or something. Ow. It sleeps. Go fruits. Need that for the next room. Nice. They came to me. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Oh boy. Okay, let's not get cocky with this. There we go. Okay. Let's take a second. Let's heal up. Up really fast. Time to sit. I may have to finish this off tomorrow. What I will do is I'll at least reach the mirror realm. And then just do the rest tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Okay, so I'm not even gonna bother killing. I'm just gonna go right to the room. Okay, now I have the limit break ability. Yeah, the bro. My god. Walls burst. It's a Kamehameha. Damn. We got ourselves a hyper beam. Always good. Always good enough. Okay, so I'm trying to remember this area. I shouldn't drop first. I need to go down the regular way. And slaps. Hit the button, or unlock the shield around the chest, then come back, then drop down in the hole. I'll drop down in the hole first. This doesn't help. Oh, jeez. Oh, I didn't. I hit that button on accident. That was cool. Damn. It's a hell of an ability. Oh, okay. I need to heal. I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. I'm close to a level, but I don't trust myself to not get hit by things. 100. Going up, up, up. Upwards to 300. Okay. I see them. I feel like there's some weird shit that happens in this game. If you're point blank and you hit someone with like a spell, it does no damage. I've noticed it with Hugo specifically. And just there, that even was taking no damage from my hyper. Okay, so the chest is open or unlocked. Those slimes, they should level me with slimes. Nice. I think that's a boss fight, so I'm gonna go back and open this chest. Oh, slimes. Yes. So much SP and XP. Okay. Key, which I need. Ow. I get confused. Another chest. Brave armor. Oh, the final armor. Your armor, black and silver, wearable only with a strong wilts. Definitely that. Let's get the fuck out of here. No, let's not. Let's go through that door. Usually there's a boss fight up here. And a statue. Maybe not. Okay, I see. That damage area is a lot smaller than it looks. You would hit me with the confusion. Okay, so this booster cover would be really nice, but I do want this increased attack range, so better to farm for the attack range. Sorry, better to farm for the boosts than to farm for the attack range. Fish skull. Waiting for you. Fish skull. You seem to be doing pretty well for yourself, especially for someone who used to take orders from Saltova. Still hung up on the commander, are you? What do you want from me? Think you know. I want to fight a truly worthy opponent, one who can match me blow for blow in Battle Royale. It's all I've ever wanted. I thought Saltova would be that man, but he wasn't ready for me when I issued my challenge. He was worn down to a mere shadow of his potential. Of course he was. He'd been fighting demons for who knows how long when you people decided to show up. My point exactly. He was wounded and fatigued. Handicaps that mean nothing to one who's accepted demonic power. I've been waiting for you here. Waiting for my chance to fight the successor to Saltova's legacy. The one man with powers that truly match my own. You ever seen human gore flow like a waterfall? Man's insides decorating the wall? Allow me to teach you the true meaning of bloodshed. Oh boy. This guy was a joke on Hugo. I don't know if he's gonna be such a joke on I'm sure he's gonna be such a joke on melee character. Actually hit me, damn. My shield was crazy. I'm dead. Okay. Let's try it again, shall we? Okay, size 1 amount of damage on him. Okay, that was probably the most optimal spot he could have did that. You would use your fucking dragons, wouldn't you? He's got cross shapes. This sucks. And his dragons. Oh. With the main beam. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Guess my honor as a knight is secure at least. Rod. That's for the mirror realm. This must be a key for traveling through Zava's domain. Perhaps this was the bait. It's meant to be his catch. Either way, it's mine now. Okay, this is the ritual going off. Seeing this place now. Okay, the ritual started. I have to get to the top of the tower. I don't think so. What? The demonic powers or no, you shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. The demonic essence on the verge of being set free. I'm damn near invincible. All things considered, though, you're proving yourself a most worthy adversary. Demonic rage. You should be able to give into it as well, Toal. Let yourself go. Become one with the essence. Change. Become a full-blooded demon and fight me. I will not. What? I'll stick to my natural abilities till this is over, thanks. I'm still human after all, and humanity may be imperfect. I'm not ready to give it up. I was foolish enough to accept demonic powers, but I will not allow myself to become a monster. This is priceless. Fine then. You want to die for your woman, I'll be happy to help. Oh shit, Unica. Oh. Toal, are you alright? You. Hope you don't mind us dropping in unannounced like this. Nice. The captain seems like he could use a hand. So this is the man who killed Commander Toal End? Well, any enemy of the great Saul Toal is just as much an enemy of ours. We must avenge our departed officer. Timing is impeccable. You vermin. How dare you interrupt my sport? Leave this to us, Captain Fact. You've got other places to be, right? I swear on my honor that we won't let this bloated berserker set 1 foot outside this room. Understood. I'm counting on you all. Yes, sir. And then they fight. And I walk out the front door. Nice. Definitely saving. Now I think it's faster for me to just go back this way. Than to, I want to kill slimes. Any groups of slimes I come across I'm gonna kill. Because of how much I speed it with. Oh. And good. Be confused as well. These applications always nice. Again, okay. Okay. Where's the slots? Anyway. And another confused. I almost walked into that shit. Oh, all the lasers are flying. Oh. Fucking confused. Alright. Should be okay now. To just continue. There we go. Hand up, hand up. Cool. Jeez. Unrelenting. Mirror realm. Okay. Top is the exits. Left is here. Much like the last time we played. I'm gonna go left first. I hate these little crystals. They're a little annoying to keep track of because they go invisible. thinking that damage or attack range buff is going to be really nice because Toal, these crystals are literally just walking away. Toal's attack range is pretty small. Let's stick there first. Okay, so that's the reset. So left. And right. That's 213,000, so 300,000 more. A little less than. We get the attack range boost. I hope it's significant. Oh, I am actually dying. There it is. That sucks, man, because now I gotta run back. Them's the brakes. Damn. Being a little overzealous again. These slimes. Okay, that one was personal. Stick kill him. Slimes up here. Nice. Ignore all this crap. Or we're going right in. Alright, once more. At least I know where I'm going this time. There we go. I go left this time, we're gonna go right. That is the reset door. I have demon form for this crap. I killed him last time. What is that? Oh, SP. Nice. Is there an enemy I can shoot my laser at? Maybe. Nope. No enemy. Okay. Oh man. That was pretty satisfying. If they were just little crystals. What was I actually holding on to? I didn't realize. What the? It was like mouse mage? Mice mage? I don't know what that is. I'm halfway to that buffalo. Definitely not. Shit, I don't remember. Left? I think this is the right way. No? Yes. I hate that they run. I really hate that. Okay. Maybe the glass in this room, this chamber doesn't okay. Doesn't make you slip and slide. Just weird. And level up. Perfect. Really? We're so close. That buff is really nice though. Or damage up rather than leveling up. I'm really glad about that. Here we are. Lucine Panacea. Nice. Now where am I? Okay, some... No, that was the wrong way. Okay, so middle. Down and mid. Let's get lost in these damn mirror realms. Is this a clearing ore? Yes, it is. Perfect. Okay, that's the last upgrade. That's the boss, but I think I missed an area, right? Oops, the wrong way. It's the upper door that I missed. Fortunately, I respawned every enemy in this chamber. Is this a reset thing? It is. It is not. No, it is. It is. Okay. I believe we are set to go. Shouldn't need a level up for the boss, so I was just farming SP there. We can deal with Zaba. Zaba. Went away. And once again lost in this fucking maze labyrinth. Mirror maze labyrinth. I never see another maze, another mirror maze again. There we are. Okay, get a heal and do this fight. I also equip my rings. I guess I'll equip the magic ring. Heal up. There we go. Oh, dude. I was gonna say I should upgrade my armor too, but... Oh, speaking of, we can do that right here. halfway there. A little under halfway. Okay, before I do this, take 1 minute to grab some water. Okay. Let's kill this bitch. Well, if it isn't the man demon that refuses to die. You. I've been very patient with you all this time at Lord Dallas's behest, which makes it all the sweeter that I've finally been given permission to deal with you as I see fit. You hate me that much, do you? Is it because I've so thoroughly trounced all your demons? That would be the reason, yes. You have no idea how much trouble I went through to gain control over these creatures. And then some lowly knight worms his way into our group, gains some power and starts cutting them down left and right. It's reprehensible. You're right. From your perspective, I was given free license to undo all your hard work, and you had no way to stop me. If I were your enemy then, it would have been a matter of course. But as your ally, my actions were completely insensitive. I offer you my humblest apologies. You think you're cute talking like that? Charming, maybe? You disgust me. If only you were more like your little brother. He's the kind of subservient cretin who'd make any master proud. There's such darkness in his heart, such an unquenchable thirst for power. So many disgraces have been heaped upon House Fact already, but with him in our employ, this could be just the beginning. What have you done to him? Demonic powers alone wouldn't have made him act like that. All we did was find an opening in his heart and use it to our advantage. Peeling away his free will and emotions, he's drunk with the power of the demonic, lost in a blissful dreamlike state where everything is simple and victory comes easy. Only a matter of time before he gives in to temptation and becomes one of us in body and soul. Did something I say amuse you? You're delusional. You know why I gave up sorcery to become a knight? Because Hugo is better at magic than I could ever hope to be. Better by far. I suspect he could even outmatch your almighty Lord Dallas. What? How dare you speak such lies? No one could ever exceed my lord's power. Do you have any knowledge at all of the Fact lineage? Compared to my father, this lord of yours might as well be doing parlor tricks. Perhaps you've heard of him. Cain Fact, the most senior member amongst the 6 priests of East. The very man whom Hugo will one day succeed. Given his extensive magical training and his clearing will, you won't be able to maintain control over Hugo for long. You're really starting to grate on me, Toal Fact. I think it's time I give you a little taste of what we elite Darklings can do. Head 1. And a head 2. Blue demon and red demon. Behold, my strongest familiars. Come, my pretties, tear this vermin limb from limb. Let's see. slap her out of the sky. She herself, is not very strong. She's in the room. Oh boy. There we go. That sucks. Okay. Let's not run into that. Nice. And she's dead. Oh god, yeah. Almost there. This is the second last boss. That sounds harsh. Your powers have improved, but how? Perhaps because I've been relying on them a bit too much. You could say I've had more than my fair share of practice. Unfortunately, my own natural skills have begun to wither away as a result. I wish I never had to transform again. But if that's what it takes to defeat the likes of you, then so be it. I can always retrain. Respect. How sickeningly noble. If your duality is causing you so much suffering, then by all means, allow me to end it. No, now you too. Kishgal's not the only one who can take advantage of a good thing, you know. With the release of the demonic essence, my powers are increased 100-fold. Behold. Nice. Destroy as many as you'd like. There's no end to the number I can summon. How long will you be able to outlast, I wonder? It should be most entertaining. What? Ah, the knights. Oh, Galleon. Oh yeah, get the ass. Swordman coming through. That's all you got. Galleon. Those fireballs couldn't have come from you. Of course not, they came from me. Dana. We promised we'd lend you a hand, remember? And the knights and sorcerers of East always keep the word. Who's the ugly witch? Dare you mock me? I don't care how many of you there are. You'll never outmatch my familiars. Well, she's certainly easy to taunt. We should be able to handle this without even breaking a sweat. Dion told us everything. You go on ahead. We'll take care of things here. But just go. You do not want to cross me. I'll have to stand behind with the commander. Don't think I've forgotten about that. Alright, I'm sorry. Best of luck to you. You think you can get away from me? That's alright. Peace. That's right. am I? 46. I should heal. Definitely need to heal. Oh, I'm poisoned. There we go. What happens if you teleport back during this part? Because there's no fast travel past that area. I'm not gonna try it, but we are. The old short you can. Left. Oh, this wasn't through these. Anything that beats lasers is sending angry messages to HR. Yeah. HR? In a dungeon? Say it ain't so. No one can beat the quad laser. Jumping. It's useless. Oh shit, okay. Right first. There's a chest in it, that's right. I think there's a chest. I hate slime. I hate slime so much. This might just be the way forward, though. Yeah, it is. Okay. %, of undead work accidents happen due to poor dungeon accidents. An accident, quote unquote. Oh shit, I gotta kill this shit again. Okay. I'm just getting all my main beams. Eat this. My Gallic gun. One more. And I think there's one above. So that one, so it's just up here. There you go. Oh. I missed one? Where? Consider a violent event at work, workplace incident. No different in the group. One of those call an adventure when you're breaking in here. You call it a violent thug. I resent that. I'm no thug. I'm a swordman. There is a difference. The violent part I will concede. There he is. Oh, take this. Yeah, my autocorrect was screwing me up the other night too. With a chest. Boots, spear guards. The chicken is a guard in my dungeon. Dungeon engines. The chickens. Those chickens are good XP. Especially the undead ones. Not quite slime tier, but... Okay. Have another main beam ready. Like this. Ah, I love that ability. Jeez. Oh, it's gonna be like that. I'm about to fucking die, actually. This poison's keeping away at my tree. Healing. Alright. There. Oh, slimes. Yes. Slimes. Now I think I'm supposed to go another direction first. I'm just so much shit here and it's all gonna die. Yes. My minions are too strong. Okay, I need to go right first. I'm not sure. Seriously? What the fuck? That character looks like he gave me an infection. Yeah. Okay, you get an infection? You know, like bones are. Or you get like bonitis. I only regret that I had bonitis. No one saw that. Osteomyelitis? Did I say that right? Osteo. I think I got osteomyelitis. Osteomytosis. Deal. Bone. My bonitis is acting up. There's my lumbago. An infection of the bone typically leads to, at a minimum, IV antibiotics and frequently amps. Remember, it's not the amps that kill you, it's the... No, I got that backwards. It's not the voltage that kills you. is. Okay.
There we go.
My beams. Stupid slime slipper stuff. Oh. I have to do this shit. Do this. Halfway to 500,000. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 6. 6. And last one, 7. Jeez. Regards. My boots. Let's not get fucked here. Sorry, that ability's really fun. Yeah, let's go right first. That's right. There is a chest here? No? Pretty sure. These flying mages are so annoying. There it is. Oh, that didn't hit him. Jeez. Double medallion. That's for the boss. There you go, right. I'm just gonna ignore this knight. Fuck this guy. Slimes. Fuck this guy. And in particular. That button? Okay. Blazing cream. Blitzing cream. Get the confused. My osteomyelitis. Oh, but I can't jump. There we go. Another disease. There we go.
I didn't get it.
Very nice. Okay, that's the way forward. Slimes. Slimes. The seed in Panacea. Okay, that's the farm spot right there. Is there a statue on it? Okay. Man. These knights are paying to fight as Toal, and I don't know why. I feel like Eunuch had a much easier time killing these things. Some of the... Fuck this guy. Some of the Hugo. Alright. Clean that up. Jeez. Oh, he instantly got it back. Nice. Let's do it again. And always something. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. The big suck. He sucked in all different directions. Look at him. I'm ignoring this now. Fuck this guy. Guess I don't get the option. Okay, that's it. So many plants. I want a statue. Here it is, okay. Oh, it would be fucking knights, wouldn't it? Alright, gather them up. This. And they blocked every single fucking hit. That's good. It must be weak to something. It must be like an elemental. Earth, maybe? Oh, Earth. Okay, I see. Either that or it's just under leveled. There we go. I'm so close, so good. I can't remember the sounds. The confusion. The confusion just fucking sucks. Okay, let's go past all this crap. Jeez. Go back to my slimes. These things are totally speed. Mega Mean Beam this. Whoa. 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 Okay. No more slime. And $350,000. I need 500 for the capstone. Okay, so let's... Actually, one more time. It might be better to just kill everything through the zone. Including these lights, unfortunately. It takes forever to kill these guys. Specifically for Toal. There's so much stuff to kill the other two. Like Toal's Earth thing doesn't go through their shields for some reason. slime. Section. Going everywhere like a rag doll. I didn't want to limit break back either. Okay. I'm not here to bother. Spells. Hate those. A little bit more. Barely maybe that. One. Oh, I got hit by gravity. Oh, jeez. 187,000. Well, it's not 500,000, but I probably won't need it for this upcoming flights. I would like to have it for the final fight, so let's just go up here and do this. What is that? Oh, Hugo. Let's fight. Oh shit, he's about to fuck up Epina. Hugo, please don't do this. You're too strong to let them keep controlling you. About to fucking Padme this bitch. Choke. In parentheses, choke. Stop. Oh man. Hugo, snap out of it. Didn't you promise me we'd settle things once and for all? Well, here I am. Or are you too afraid of what I might do to you? Oh. Oof. That's better. If you're gonna fight anyone, it should be me. Oh. 6 eyes of facts I wonder, huh? Not bad. I'm not your enemy, though. I hope you know that. But it won't stop me from being some sense to you. I am your brother, after all. Oh, oh no. Okay, this is... Oh my goodness, okay. Shield is dangerous, and his mind's move, that's good. He shouldn't be too hard. Shion was the mage that was a lot harder. Oh goodness. Alright. Oh, yeah. What else?
like mine.
That might not have been a good idea. He's standing in his electricity. Because he's a wizard. That's what wizards do. Fucking wizards. Oh! Spam my star hero. Damn. Nice, I got the parry on that. You get a quad laser me? Oh shit, that actually hit me. Okay, this is Demon Rage. Oh my goodness, okay. You go. You little prick. Oh shit. Oh, this is bad. We're okay, we're good, we're good. Stay in your shit. Damn. So close. Okay. Don't need to stab him. Easy and kill. Generate limit break a lot faster. It's just that shield. More. Oh, it's me, beams. Okay, perfect. You little dick. Okay. It just does so much passive damage. It's like the Dark Fact fight. There's no way to do this damage. Put your shield down. There you go. It's right back up. I might have to level for this. I'm not confident in my damage up. just does so much passive damage with his little projectiles. There it is. Alright. It's a loading way session together. These plants should make for great XP. Nice, almost. Level up, okay. Now let's try. Roughly 400,000. This should be what I need. Oh, I can level up my boots. Also be helpful. Okay, I should have this now. So close, so close. Okay, we can skip all this. I wish you could skip cutscenes like this, but you can't. You just gotta fast forward through the dialogue. And I should have the defense and the damage upgrade to kill him. Well, beat him. Oh yeah, this is way better. Huge difference in the damage I'm taking compared to before. Much better. Nice, okay, a little more. Oh god. Gotcha, here you go. Yeah. Let it all out. Demonic powers are what you want. They do nothing but reflect your inner weakness. Stay focused. You're too strong, let them overcome you. Strong, let them win. Poor Hugo. He just can't do nothing right, can he? That's good. You're a real jackass, you know that? Spouting off all that pithy, fighting spirit nonsense when I'm incapable of getting a word in edgewise. What's with the big brother act all of a sudden? I'm your big brother, and it's about time I start acting like it. Can a man boast about his little brother's strength from time to time? I meant what I said, you know. He looked shocked. No, I'm just trying to figure out your angle. You seem a lot different than you were last time we spoke. More determined, I guess, or confident. I am, at least to some extent. I still don't have much in the way of natural ability. That blessing went to you, not to me. I've always felt limited by my shortcomings, but I finally started to realize maybe that's not the case. Maybe I'm not so limited after all. It only took me long enough, didn't it? Is it because of Lady Rhea and Lady Fina? Partly, but not just them. Ever since this whole ordeal began, every one of you has been looking out for me. I guess you could say by virtue of comparison, my newfound confidence is thanks to Dolly's and his crew. What are you laughing at, twerp? You say you're lacking natural ability, but I don't know. Makes a pretty dry wit to deliver a line like that with a straight face. It's gotta count for something. Well, I suppose it's more sad than funny, really. Epida, are you alright? Come on, pull yourself together. Hugo, have you come back to your senses? I'm so sorry, Epida. I'm gonna get you taken care of, but for now, you just stay right there. Don't try to move. Just rest up. Now, here's an offer I can't refuse. Here. Otis ring. Ooh. What's this? For Dallas's orders. I swiped it from Lady Rhea. It's something he really doesn't want her to have, which means it's probably something worth having. You should take it with you. Got it, thanks. Once I've tended to Epina's wounds, I'll be right behind you. Stay safe, brother. Brother, huh? How many years has it been since he last called me that? All that's left now is confronting Dolly's on the tower summit. Wait for me, Rhea. Down, 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 down. Okay, so maybe at the next save statue. I'd really like that attack increase, attack range. Or summits. If I get a save. Teleport back. Teleport back. This is going to, oh, strengthen 5. Nice. I'd assume it was just going to resonate with the other in-game wings, but I guess not. Whoa. Confused is always so nice. More confused, always good. I love confused. And gravity. What are you? There we go. I'm a level. Yes. That's 50. A decent amount of SP running back and forth here. Shouldn't take long to reach 50. Gravity though, gravity would confuse. Makes these slimes. This should put me at 430. Oh my goodness. Poison. 431. 432. But the knights were easier to farm them, but they are not. No tool. My main groups. 438. Okay, get in there. Boy. Confused. And gravity. For 42. Give me a toss. For 45. For 48. Where's the gravity? Oh, I have gravity. Or 52. Halfway? I'm over halfway. Oops. 458. 459. I'm gonna run into that middle there and pull all the shit in there. 466. Together, all of these, but not allowed. Because it confuse and the suction. 470. For 71, 472, 76. Close, close, close. He would hit me. 479. Almost there, almost there. $42. $45. Okay. If I go up here, play this run one more time, this should be it. And then it's GG. $49. $490. A little more. $493. So close, so close. Crystals, please. There we go. $495. $495. Oh, goodness. I'm going around. $497. $498. Oh. $490. Crystals. $499. Okay. $500. There we go. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're set. We're set. Increase attack range. Okay, what the fuck does this do? Oh, that is actually really long, yeah. Fuck yeah. Right. Actually made good time. Utica took me 9.5 hours to reach the top. Hugo took me 7 hours to reach the top. Wall took me almost 6. Not bad at all. Okay. Everything's equipped. Everything's maxed. Goddess ring. Alright, it's time. I'm in this fucking game. Rhea, are you alright? Please say something. The ritual's going well, don't you think? Pity the goddess will see it. She'll be sleeping through the whole thing, I surmise. Bastard. Why have you even come? You don't stand a chance against me. Since you host a fragment of the demonic essence yourself, you must know what you're up against, right? The power that fills the air all around this summon is transforming me. Soon, I will surpass divinity itself. I'll become a perfect being. Well, I know all about your intentions, but you haven't won just yet. Until Solomon's Shrine's back on the surface and the Black Pearl's power is unleashed, you're still nothing more than a cocky sorcerer. I'm impressed. You know more than I anticipated. I suppose I underestimated you. I initially thought your goal was merely to steal the demonic essence away from me. Imagine my surprise when I learned your true objective. Destroying the Black Pearl, is it? Clearly, the delusions of a madman. Maybe I am mad. What other option is there? Eliminate the Black Pearl and you eliminate the essence it holds within, which is essentially suicide for me. But it doesn't matter. I've come this far. Can't back down now. I don't make a very good demon, and I'm certainly not much of a human anymore. But I'll do whatever it takes to obliterate the likes of you. Barrier. You're wasting your time. And I suppose I'm wasting my breath. If you hadn't gone through your head yet that this struggle is futile, you never will. I'm not about to give up without trying every trick in the book. And even when I've done everything the fates will allow, I can always turn my claws upon the fates if I have to. Your strength of will is a good match for your foolish obstinacy. Honestly, I'm surprised you've been able to maintain enough sense to hold such values, considering the monster you've become. But in the end, your struggles will avail you nothing in the face of such overwhelming power. I'm back to normal. Such is the divine between those who have power and those who do not. One cannot change the world through force of will alone. No, you're wrong. Yeah. Oh, it seems our goddess possesses a strong will of her own. But what, pray tell, could a caged bird possibly hope to accomplish by defying me? Toal, remember, you've already overcome so much. Sometimes being careless is the same as being carefree. It's endearing, and it's been a pillar of support for us all. Even relying on the demonic energy within you, you've never let it consume you. You've made it your own. Now's your chance. The ring. Toal withdrew the goddess ring from his pack. No, it can't be. That ring contains a small measure of my power. Please, release it. Understood. Aw, shit. Oh, goodness. Just slap the shield. Toal. Irritating. Very well then. If you're that desperate to die, I'll be happy to help the cause. The Black Pearl has regained most of its power. Perhaps it's time I harness the gifts I've been given. You too? My demonic form is worlds apart from yours. It is like unto that of a god. Demonic essence makes me the ideal fusion of a man's intellect and a demon's raw power. Behold my glorious visage, power before my perfect form. No backup, no power friendship for Toal. Alright, this Toal's inherent speed. This guy should be easy to fight. Whoa. Oh yeah, this is a joke. Did I put there? Oh damn. Okay. That part's gonna be annoying because I dashed his shit for damage. No, just hit the deal. There we go. Okay, next is fire? Yeah, fire. I'm not having the skill cooldown is kind of fucking annoying, but this is should be very easy. Okay. Cover that. It's not like you're getting behind him. I missed. I should do it. Another one should do it. There we go. Okay, now we have to kill his heads. It'll be annoying, but no. Oh my god. Shit. That sucks. That really sucks. Whatever. No. I might actually die to this fucking third phase, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna die. I don't know if I have a res either. Okay. One shot. Right. Ding. No. What could I have lost? Inexperience. I've grown used to the demon within me. I know its limits and I respect them. You, on the other hand, took on more power than you could handle, and it overwhelmed you. I merely used that to my advantage. I suppose there's some merit to your pathetic resistance after all. But I will never allow vermin like you to stand in the way of my grand ambitions. What? trying to destabilize the Black Pearl altogether? No, you mustn't. Its power will destroy you too. Oh, I know that all too well. But if its power cannot be mine, then it shall be no one's. It will be destroyed by my hand. The Darklings will be second to none. We have absolute control, and we will foster absolute anarchy. I'm afraid that doesn't work for me. When a puppet cuts its strings, all that happens is it falls down. Oh, shit. Oh. Just got fucking Sephiroth. Oh. Right. Darn? What the fuck? Who is that? It can't be. Dignified man. It's good to see you again, Lady Rhea. I must confess, when you and Lady Fina disappeared without notifying me, I became rather anxious. Does something trouble you? It's unbecoming of a goddess to stare with mouth agape like that. Your silence is unnecessary. I have ever been your faithful servant after all. If my actions displease you, you may feel free to speak ill of me. Wait just a moment. Father, why are you here? Father? This is Cain. Why would you pick now of all times to make your entrance? Don't tell me. So it was you then. Had my suspicions, but I always refused to believe it. Now I guess I no longer have that option. I suppose you don't. It was I who told these outsiders of the demonic essence. When Solomon's shrine was raised to the sky, it confirmed my suspicions regarding the Black Pearl's true potential, which in turn led me to discover the existence of the perfect form it can bestow upon whosoever controls it. And ever since, things have simply fallen into place one after another, exactly as I'd envisioned. All according to plan. To have even harbored the slightest suspicion toward me is quite impressive. You're sharp as ever, Lady Rhea. Am I to assume you've also deduced my ultimate goal in this, then? I have. Thank you. I cannot allow it to happen. Oh, that is a pity. Ah, where are my manners? Here I am rambling on whilst there's a wounded animal in my presence, bleeding all over my tower. Cain, fact. You made a good effort, Dallas. But in the end, you Darklings were far too inexperienced for your efforts to have any true merit. Therefore, I shall now relieve you of your duties as custodian of the essence. You bastard. You've served me well as my pawn, acting where I could not. But I am not an ungrateful man, so when I become one with the essence, you shall be granted life anew as my loyal slave. I trust you will look forward to the day of your glorious rebirth. Oh my god. I'm fading. My body's dissolving. Someone help. Oh shit. Demonic essence. Not quite complete yet, it would seem. Still, I suppose he did his best considering his obvious inadequacies. And with that... Don't you dare move another muscle, Father. I'm not letting you anywhere near that thing. You're still here. As I recall, you ran out of my life a long time ago. So what business have you interfering with it now? You think you're scaring me. You'll back down. You never follow through with anything. You're even half-assed as a demon. Why do you suppose you wound up with the Darklings in the first place? It's certainly not because they saw any potential in you. You can't mean... I was the only survivor of that battle because I gave them very explicit instructions to leave you alive, yes. I wanted to see just how much potential the demonic influence could unlock in one of our lineage. One might say you were my test subject. I had Dallas do the same to Hugo, just to confirm the results. Imagine my surprise when he lost in battle to the likes of you. So ashamed. Both of my sons are such wretched failures. You goddamn bastard. Oh, God. Oh. How? You didn't move, you didn't even blink. And yet you still hope to defy me. A simple bolt of lightning is easy enough to conjure with a mere thought. If you're actually skilled, that is. No holding back. Oh shit. Damn. House Fact shield magic, I should have known. Yes, you should have. You should also know that this barrier is made of sturdier stuff than that pool of dollars. Even with the goddess ring, you have no chance of breaking through. Nothing in this world exists that can penetrate it. Damn. Now then, I believe it is time to claim the essence for myself. Rhea. This feels magnificent. Once the ritual is complete, all that remains is to destroy Solomon's shrine, and the Black Pearl's power will be released, transforming the demonic essence within me into pure perfection. I will not let that happen. Oh shit. Damn it, not even that? You truly are hopeless. I told you, there's nothing you can do to stop me. You are just wasting your time. Toal. It's no use. These claws will never be able to break through that barrier. What the hell am I supposed to do? Thank goodness I'm not too late. Honey? Ina. Well, if it isn't Lady Fina, you're looking well. I'm afraid you're mistaken in your assessment, however. You are indeed too late. No, I'm not. I believe this is yours, Toal. What the fuck is that? Silver sword. Oh! From when he was a knight. It can't be. My sword! I thought it was broken. Not anymore, thanks to the wondrous skills of House Gemma. Its blade is imbued with the strength of everyone from me, myself included. With its Clarius, or its amplified magical power, it should be able to break through even the toughest of barriers. I owe you one. Impudent wench. Oh, not this time. Don't do this, Toal. Why can't you understand? Why don't you feel it too? Quenchless thirst for power is in fact family's blood. It's even central to the human condition. The goddesses are only holding us back from realizing our true potential. We deserve better. We must be freed from this yoke. Mankind must not allow itself to be suppressed. No, I've been pushing my way through life with brute force for far too long, and in doing so I lost sight of something. What we need isn't just power for power's sake. We need to join our individual strengths in pursuit of a well-planned and mutually beneficial future. So the Union theme starts playing. So yes, Father, I suppose power is what I see, but the difference between you and I is, I see it as a means to an end. The power to help those who believed in me, to bring a better future to East. Oh, Pathetic fool. Very well. If this is the path you choose, then so be it. I'll show you just how wrong you are. What? No, he can't be. Toal, watch out. He intends to fuse himself with the Black Pearl. Precisely. Why simply use a demonic essence when I can become it? I'll be the ultimate demon. A god in every sense of the word. I'll be the supreme being we facts have always dreamed we could be. My humanity is nothing by comparison. Look well, will you bear witness to the birth of omnipotence itself? Oh. Oh no. Oh, Pain is Darm. Okay, now I see. Now I understand. Oh, it's on Darm.
Oh my god!
Okay, I see it. Shorts. Where's the crystal? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay. Alright, okay. Okay, he's not too tough. I think. Unless he has a second phase. Oh, Jesus. Okay, up. Oh, tentacles. I want those. What the fuck? Damage from him. I can't tell. Lightning beams. Oh no. Okay, so I actually have to put on a specific tile for. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, this isn't too bad. Okay, I have to be aware here. Oh shit, okay. You wanna talk about bullet holes? Man, this guy's something else. Okay, alright. Do this. Two more times? Okay, there's the shift around middle. Middle place safe. It's the outer rocks that fall. What the fuck is that? Oh. The lines hurt. I'm about to die. I'm just gonna let him kill me, I think. I don't know what this ring breaks and gives me. It's like a health bar, though. Fuck. We're gonna find out. No, it doesn't. Okay. It just makes you take it. Oh, shit. Oh my goodness, really? Bullshit. This claw actually hurts me when I'm standing on it. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Spinnies. My best to just walk with it. Really? It stopped underneath? Okay. Interesting. That's a time mechanic. That's not a... Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need to carry that shit. Like that. Yeah. Nice. Man, one more. Okay. Oh no. What the fuck? Okay, that was a little sus. What the fuck is this? Darb? Darb? No, okay. I've got it. I understand. Now I know. Yes. Oh, goodness. That ability is really damaging, and I don't know how to... Wow, okay. You have to be very exact with that. Jeez. Okay. He tried. That's not even it. Oh, because I'm actually already started. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, this is gonna suck. A little bit more. Okay, final phase. Oh, shit. Is that it? I got it? Nope. Not having a second health bar really sucks. This final boss. You got him though. You know, range also sucks. I mean, I've got range, but I'm like Unica or... Okay, that's new. Really, that was a waste. Okay. Shit, almost forgot. Okay. Okay. A little bit more, a little bit more. That is scary. We're good, we're good. Okay, that dive attack is fucking me up really bad. That's actually a detriment. God. What more should do it? Fuck. No. Okay, that's like a little damage, whatever in demon form. Easy does it. Face change, face change, face change. Come on. Oh my god, so close. Oh man. Oh, it was a face change. Okay, good. Oh. Seriously. That's just fucking. Maybe the main beam is a trap. But I think it is. This phase anyway. My guard. Oh no, his beam got me. Definitely the final boss. Okay, this shit right here. What the fuck? part's not too bad. Shit. His hand is hurting me just by touching it. It's pretty great. Shit, I actually fucked him up. I see. Okay, I'm gonna fucking end it. End myself. Because I think that Dragon Uppercut is the key to killing him fast. Like giving him any time to face. No, you can't. Okay. It's checking. Okay, this is the one. Nice. Dragon Uppercut is the way to go. Okay. Because even if I touch him, I just parry, but I also do a shit ton of damage to him. Oh boy. Should be able to phase him instantly. Almost instantly. There we go. Nice. Oh boy. Okay. Fuck out of your free face. Not a free face, but I don't know. I don't remember that. Mechanic. There we go. So close. The centaur, I'm gonna get you. I know your secrets. It's a little hairy. No, how can this be? I may not be the son you always wanted me to be. But did you ever even try seeing for who I am? Did you ever consider my feelings, or even one single moment? Or Hugo's, for that matter? What are you talking about? Your greatest failing is your disdain for humanity. We may be ignorant and powerless beings, and when left unchecked will cause nothing but trouble. But no one has the right to decide our futures for us. One by one, we each must shape our own. That's what makes life worth living. From my point of view. And the future I choose is the one where I stop you in your tracks. Right here and right now. From the side. Wait. Father, thank you for everything. I pray that one day on some distant plane we may meet again, as father and son, and put all this unpleasantness behind us. Oh, right to the eye. Damn you. You've done it. But this form is immortal. As long as the Black Pearl exists, I will be reborn. Prove to me, Toal, that you made the right choice. Toal. Pathetic, aren't I? I can't believe how exhausted I am. On the contrary, your condition belies the magnitude of what you've just accomplished. And besides, it makes it a little easier for me to do this. Do what? Your harmonica. No, you can't. Are you ready, Fina? Yes. No, stop. If you use the power of your wings, you'll both be... Ritual has progressed farther than we'd anticipated. If we don't stop it now, Solomon's Shrine will come crashing back to the ground. I'm sorry, Toal. If I were just a little more powerful, I'd be able to do this without Rhea's help. Oh, Fina, don't talk like that. I can never let you do this alone. Someday, the demonic essence, or the demon who now holds it, to be more precise, may awaken once more. As such, returning the Black Pearl to Solomon's Shrine would be far too dangerous. I know this may be difficult for you, but it, and we as well, must be entombed deep within the earth, far from human hands. But before we do this, I'd like to leave a message with you, Toal. A message for everyone in Nice. Tell them thank you. Thank you for everything, and may their lives be blessed forevermore. Please, wait. Damn it. Why did my body have to give out on me now? Toal. I'm so sorry, but thank you. When you said you wanted your future to be with me, I was so happy. Happier than I can ever put into words. Happiest I've ever been in all my life as a goddess. Because of you, I believe I'll have nothing but wonderful dreams during my long slumber. Stop. Oh, no. Darth Vader. Okay, we've seen this. He's blonde again. No more demon. My demonic element is gone. Lady Rhea, Lady Fina. Brother. Lady Rhea, Lady Fina. How did this happen? What the hell happened to your Toal? What happened to your hair? Toal, please tell me. Lady Rhea and Lady Fina, what happened to them? Goddesses have gone to sleep for a long time. It was the only way they could keep the demonic essence sealed away within the Black Pearl. What? Are you serious? I'm afraid so, but Fina left a message for everyone beforehand. Thank you for everything, and may your lives be blessed forevermore, she said. No. No, please. One of the party members is Granny is Fina. Oh, they use the name Fina? Oh, okay. Is she a goddess? If we just have faith, then someday I know we'll see them again. You know better than anyone how lonely they always were. Let's make sure they stay in our hearts every day, every moment. I know you're right. They were always like sisters to me. I just don't want to let them go. Sniffle, in parentheses, sob. Stubborn to the end, those goddesses. They waited until I couldn't move to do what they planned from the beginning, counting my objections with apologies and platitudes. And despite all that, they look so peaceful, intent in the knowledge that East is secure in the heavens, and we're all safe from danger. But the price was just a bit too high, if you ask me. Farewell, goddesses. One day, I swear I'll destroy that damn essence once and for all, and free you from this destiny. When that day comes, I hope you'll let me hear you play this harmonica once again. And so the crisis that had brought the land of East to the brink of annihilation was finally resolved, albeit impermanently. Toal and the others enshrined the goddesses in the Black Pearl deep underground just as promised. Afterward, they began preparing to use their remaining magical energy for a return trip to Solomon's Shrine. You're really going back, Toal? I thought you wanted to stay on the surface to watch over the goddesses. No, that's not my place. Someone has to inherit Father's position. Though to be honest, I really think that someone should be you. No thanks. I could do without being ridiculed behind my back as the son of a traitor. Besides, you were his original choice for successor anyway. The surface is where I'm most needed. There's so much work to be done down here, and I'd very much like to be part of it. Sounds like you're confident in your decision then. So, has Epona gone back to her homeland? Yes she has. When the essence was sealed away, Zava and Kishkal both perished. Epona said she was returning home for a time to report on what happened here. Oh, I see. So it's only for a time, is it? Well, that's the impression I got. It's not like she's definitely coming back, but I mean, she probably will, I think. Hugo, you're such a two-timer. What did I do? What did I do? Life as a ladies' man sure is rough. You know what they say, you reap what you sow. Just try not to make too big a scene, okay? The time for epic life and death struggles is behind us, and I'm pretty sure Musha would want the floor with you anyway. Come on, you two, cut it out. Snicker. Hey, Toal, when you get back, are you planning on writing up an official record of all the stuff that happened down here? Of course. Hopefully it'll serve both as warning and instruction should the day come when the demonic essence revives once again. I'll consult with the other priests to include as much background detail as possible. Maybe centuries or millennia until this information is needed after all. Ideally, it will be bound into books of the ages. Sounds like you've thought this out pretty thoroughly. If you would, please give my regards to Grandpa. Oh, I'm sorry I won't be able to see him in person, but I'll always be thinking about him. Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets the message. And I'll also fill him in on what happened to Commander Tova. And in return, I'd ask that you please watch over the goddesses for me, alright? You bet. Keep a close eye on them, even when I'm old and gray. You won't even make it that far if you don't start thinking about the present. I hope you're ready for some hard times down here. Guess it's good that I'm saying, or you'd be dead by nightfall. That's just mean. I'm going to miss watching you stooges beat up on one another. Don't know how I'll make it up there without you. This won't be the same anymore. Ramona, Cecilia. There'll be many hardships ahead for all of you, but I have faith in your abilities. May you all live good, strong lives, never forgetting your pride as knights and sorcerers of Ys. Yes, sir. I'll always be in your debt. Rico, Yusha. I'll be the one who tells your families that you've chosen to stay behind. I'll break the news to them gently, don't worry. Gonna be tough trying to rebuild down there, but hang in there. I know you can do it. Dina. We'll do our best, and you do the same. Rhoda, if you would, please keep an eye on these wide-eyed youths. Make sure they don't get themselves into trouble. And give my regards to your little brother. It would be my pleasure, on both counts. And when the time comes, I shall make certain your legacy is passed only to one who is worthy of it. What's this now? Let's just call it a safety net. For some distant future generation. I'm afraid the time has come. Partying like this is difficult indeed. But we must begin the transport spell before it's too late. You're right, of course. Please, go ahead. Thank you. Ito, Aelia, are you ready? Yes, Father. We're ready. We did it. That is the true ending of the game. Toal returns with the other priests. And he writes the 6 books of Ys, and he himself is given a shrine underground. Hugo remains behind on the surface, and at some point, either with Musha or Epona, I suppose his corruption does not leave his lineage, and gives rise to Dark Fact, Ys 1. Oh, if there isn't a village or something on that Shattering Sky Island. Yeah. Suck. Just a few orphans and puppies is all underneath. Stupid edition. Oh, it won't let me skip. Okay, I guess it's too special. It was really good. This is a very good game. NG Hustle. I should way long by intended to. But these JRPGs, you always reach that point where like you're right at the end, you know you're right at the end, you're just a little bit longer. A little bit longer, you beat it. Go to no return and all that. Oh, I'll be happy to take a break from. When I say break, I don't mean like a long break. I mean like when I go to stream tomorrow, I'm not going to stream East Arc of Napishtim. I think is the next one. But I would like to stream some of that dungeon crawler. Alright, we're much shorter time, like 3 hours. Rota tree. Ah, and a silver sword. Okay, that's what he meant. And then 600 years later, Adol will come along and the Rota tree will give him the sword. Isu. 6 books that Toal writes. Here's the sword. Waiting for our hero, Adol, to come and claim it. Oh, this is... Continued in Ancient East Vanished Omen. Thank you for playing. Took a screenshot of that. Fuck yeah. Alrighty. It's Ogre. Not super interested in time attack mode. Arena mode. I'm gonna shop. We get a number of times you clear as more times 10,000 is paid the game's onset. Not bad. At all. What the hell? I don't know what this is, so. Oh, there's a whole ass Leaderboard. Interesting. I see. Okay, I understand. Enough of that. No more. No more resurgence. We're done. We're finished. It's over. It's so over. Oh, that was good. Very good. Very good game. Bittersweet ending, knowing how East 1 and 2 play out, but it's breaks when it comes to JRPGs, I guess. Alright. Well, that marks the end of East Origin. I think Darm there at the end deserves a spot in the versus Hall of Fame. But I'll set that up later this week. This weekend. Tomorrow I'm going to stream again a little earlier in the night. I've been trying to stream earlier. And not for nearly as long. Only like 3 or 4 hours, if that. This game, however, has been taking way too much time. When I go to stream, I end up streaming for a very long time, and I don't mean to. Could be wrong. Need more screens, yeah. Just throw me up and whatever. Put me on whatever. Put me in, coach. It's Thursday. I'll play some Savior Sapphire Wings and just kind of relax a bit from all this East gameplay. Because I did play that on hard. I got the achievements for it. And then Friday, I'll stream again, and I will start East 6 Arc of Napishtim. Now the East numbers are all out of order. It's called East 6, but it's like the third modern East, I think, if I remember correctly. It was Arc, then Oath, and then I don't remember the rest. Arc, Oath, then it would be Origins, but I played Origins first. 7, Memories of Kilsida, and then Lacrimosa of Dana, and then Nox Monstrum, which is what Doomguide is playing. And then East X Nordics. Plenty of East games to go through. Tomorrow we refresh. Fresh. Alrighty then. So thank you for tuning in. Or if you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD. And we will call it there. So, as usual, farewell. And take care, Wanderers. GG's. Well played. No re for Resurgence. Done with that shit. And I enjoyed it.